Hello, and we are back at the 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition. We are at day 3, and today is dedicated to the art of choreography. We will be speaking with the choreographers of our past partner school choreographic projects, and we are particularly excited to present our first Young Creation Award choreographic competition this evening at approximately 4:30 p.m. Swiss time. The new competition is seeking young choreographic talent and is sponsored by the renowned choreographer Heinz Sperli. We thank him for his generosity and support. The Prix de Lausanne jury will be watching and judging the 5 finalist original variations this evening and will award the 2 best young choreographers during the finals this Saturday. The 2 winning variations will be added to the Prix de Lausanne's contemporary repertory, from which the future candidates will be able to choose and dance to on stage at the next Prix de Lausanne 2022. I will now let Cinthia and Jason introduce you to this morning's video viewing of the senior candidates. Thank you and enjoy.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, jury. Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Cinthia.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And I'm very excited. As Kathy has just announced, we've got a full day and a focus on the choreography. Yes. And we're going to discover also the 5 finalists for the Young Creators.
Yes, I'm sure it will be very exciting.
Yes. But first up, we're going to show you the world map. Where comes the candidates that we're going to be viewing this morning? So,
Hi there, I'm Laura Viola, a student from Conservatório Internacional de Balé e Dança Anarela Sanchez in Portugal.
Oi, meu nome é João Felipe Santana, eu tenho 17 anos e meu sonho sempre foi passar por Prix de Lausanne.
가기 전까지 더 열심히 해서 로잔 가서도 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And let's watch our first candidate from the senior category 204, Lia Fan from China, the affiliated secondary school of Beijing Dance Academy.
And we are just discovering here the first candidate of the third day, Leah Fan, and beautiful qualities.
Beautiful, really beautiful qualities. She really works in a way that we can see every movement and the details are really clear.
Yes, and she's very sculpted. You really see how she presents, how she takes the floor, how she's well placed. And I like that you feel that she's a dancer.
Yes.
You just feel her presence already here at the bar.
Beautiful body.
What I'm finding here is Leah Fan, she has a very mobile body. I love how the energy gets right to the end of her toes. You really feel very accurate and very...
She used her feet as hands.
They're speaking.
Yes, they are speaking like as hands, so this is very nice to watch.
Beautiful, easy turns. And she just looks like she's just a born dancer. She's enjoying it. You feel her charisma, her aura.
beautiful young dancer from China. She was doing now her point work, and we could see that she was really strong also with the point shoes. Dynamic, the pirouettes, she managed really nice pirouettes on point. And she did a very nice adagio. Let's have a look.
Yes. No, she has beautiful, beautiful qualities. And what I loved about her point work is you didn't hear her point work. A little bit by the jumps, but she was really working on how she rolled down from her point shoes. And when you are so mobile, it's even harder to have the control.
Yes.
But as we see here in the adagio, she has just beautiful control. And what I really like is, she just seems, you feel a personality. You just feel that she's somebody you want to see do more, and she seems very free and natural.
Everything looks very easy.
Even though we know it's not.
That is not. Because she was doing actually very difficult
Very
things.
difficult.
Fouetté à l'italienne on point shoes, and it's not easy, believe me.
Beautiful presence, beautiful presence. And she will be dancing also Le Sacre du Printemps from Richard Wehrlock and Giselle from Act 1. So we're going to see her in very different repertoire.
Looking forward to seeing her on stage.
Yes.
I mean, at the stage.
Yes. And next up, we have number 205, Luca Dobos. He is a student of the Balletschule Teatru Basel, and he is from Romania. So let's discover Luca. And we are discovering here the second candidate of today, Luca Dobos, a student at the Balletschule Teatru Basel. And I like he's got a very dynamic use of his port-de-bras. You can see that how the teacher has timed the arms, it will help him jump.
And also with the head, a nice coordination with the arm and the head to really use this dynamic on the center, on the combinations in the center.
Exactly, and he looks like a very mature. He's only 17 years old and 1 month, but he looks very mature, and he's
beautiful body. He's a tall boy with a beautiful body,
yes,
long legs.
Yes, he's 185. So that's nice. We're always looking for tall men.
Dobos from Romania, 17 years old, a nice young dancer. And this year we have 78 candidates, and so 78 different ballet class, very interesting, 78 different ways to work in ballet class.
Yeah, no, it's interesting for us to discover all the different approaches and the different styles and techniques. But we're seeing here a very dynamic class. It's very up-tempo and there's a nice energy.
Very nice energy.
Yeah, and
with change of directions, change of dynamics.
Yeah, and for those viewers who maybe are joining us for the first time, the jury is discovering all of these videos over a series of 4 days, and they will be 1/3 of their mark, and the other 2/3 of the mark are from the classical and contemporary variations, which we will be seeing on Friday. And as we can see here, this is another candidate who has an easy turn. And I like the combination. It's a very nice inbuilt dynamic with the rond de jambe à la seconde, a little bit décalé. There's some very nice elements here.
And the pirouette in different dynamics also.
Yeah.
The taking on the pirouette a bit faster and finish on the different. Yes, it's little things very interesting.
Yeah, because I think we all have a natural turn speed. Some are faster, some are slower, but it's good that the teachers challenge to work on different tempos of turns. And we've been watching the video of Luca Dobos from the Balletschule Theater Basel. And we really saw the full program. He did double soda basque. We really saw a lot of very hard technical elements. He's a young man. He has power.
Power,
Nice
a
jump,
lot of power.
energy, good elevation. And he's also, it's a very, sometimes men at 17 can still look very boyish, but it's nice to see someone who looks very mature.
Yes, and now he's doing the double assemblée. We saw also the pirouette à la seconde. Really a nice repertoire. He did everything that we want to see
Yes,
in a
we've
boy.
seen the full program.
Full program. And our next candidate is from Portugal, 206 Laura Viola, 17 years, 1 month old, Conservatorio Internacional de Danza Anarela Sánchez.
and we're watching here Laura Viola from Portugal. And I think it was very well constructed in the exercise how she used the timing to connect in and out of her plie.
Yes, the dynamic of the feet, the dynamic on the legs. Very nice work.
Yes, no, I think sometimes in a plie, it can be often monotone or there's a stop at the bottom of a plie, but here it was very well coordinated musically with the kind of plie that will help you jump.
Of course, this is very important to prepare the jump and also the land, the rebound on the center.
Exactly.
watching Laura Viola from Portugal, and a young, nice dancer with a lot of power, very strong. She's doing difficult things and she managed very good. She did a nice double pirouette, a double pirouette attitude en dehors that is not easy, and she really did it very clean with a lot of precision.
Yeah, nice acts, lots of power, and she's chosen Le Sacre du Printemps from Richard, which requires exactly those qualities. So.
Yes,
I'm sure she'll be very powerful in that.
Laura Viola from Portugal. Very strong young dancers with a lot of dynamic and a lot of punch.
Yeah, no, as we saw, she can turn, she can jump, she can take the space.
Very nice, very dynamic. Everything that she did was very dynamic. And now we see her point work again. Little combinations. Again, very dynamic combinations.
Yeah, no, she has a nice strong back. You feel that she carries herself very well. And she really, when she jumps and turns, she really lifts her hips and her back.
Yeah, and on the turns, we see her head, her spot is really precise.
Yep, no, very good. And next up is number 207, Chu Young Kwon from South Korea, a student at the Seoul Arts High School.
Chuan Kwan from South Korea. She's 17 years and 2 months old, and she just did a beautiful développé at the bar. Very clean, using all her muscles.
Yeah, no, she seems to be a very interesting mix of, you see that she has power and strength, but she's also very flexible. Sometimes dancers are very flexible but weak, or they're very strong but not flexible, but she looks like she has a very good mix of both.
And I liked on her little dégagés how she used the feet at the bar, keeping the contact with the floor and really using her feet until the end of her power was really nice.
No, and as we saw yesterday, there's a strong group from Korea, where there's 16 candidates this year, and there's a lot of very strong dancers coming out of Korea.
Different school, but all very, very strong. Et bienvenue à notre public français pour ce 3e jour de compétition au Prix de Lausanne. Et on est en train de regarder Chuan Kwan, une fille de Corée du Sud, de 17 ans, une belle danseuse avec beaucoup de belles qualités, très, très belles pirouettes, très belles lignes.
Ja, und auch für unser deutschsprachige Publikum ein ganz herzliches Willkommen für den 3. Tag von der Prix de Lausanne. Wir haben einen Kandidat aus Korea.
And we just saw Chuan Kwan, a young lady from South Korea. And I have to say, the level is really high this year. We saw really nice, until now, so far, we saw really nice candidates with a lot of personality, dynamic, nice turns.
Yes, no, and as we can see here in our class, she has very sway-back legs and a high instep, which we like, but it's also very hard to control it. But I think she found, especially on point, she maintained her axe and her strength, also with the shape of her legs, which are very nice, but it's even harder to control. And the class offered her a chance to dance.
And it's interesting to see at the different classes how the teachers, some prefer the classes, the rhythm in the class was very slow, the other ones much more fast. And I think this is an interesting mix to really see these students in their own classes.
Great, so we're here now and we have a chance to do an interview with Goyo Montero. Goyo, hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you guys? Nice to see you.
Very well, how are you? It's a big pleasure to have you here in this special edition. And because this is a special edition, we have you online, in live.
Exactly. So Goyo, you've got a long history with the Prix de Lausanne. You competed yourself, you won, and then you've been coaching, you've been choreographing. So if we start from the beginning, how did it feel for you to participate in the Prix de Lausanne as a dancer?
Well, as a dancer, it was a great opportunity. It was the first time that I was in an international competition, and I got to know some of my colleagues on this year, and also members of the jury accompanied me throughout my whole story as a dancer and also as a choreographer. So I can only say that it was one of the most important experiences in my life as a dancer. Also a great theater, a great audience, and such a nervosity, such a feeling of something coming out, of something happening for the first time. So it was a very important experience for me as a dancer.
Yeah, and at that time, had you ever imagined that your connection to the Prix de Lausanne would develop so intensely over the years and have so many different roles?
No way. I mean, I got to know my many people, but some of them was my director in Deutsche Oper Berlin, Sylvian Bayard, or Jean-Christophe Maillot, that I did a choreography for Les Ballets de Monte Carlo last year, and it was such an experience to close this circle with him. Yuri Vamos, Diana Vishneva was there, and I after worked with her as a choreographer. So it was incredible, the amount of people that you meet always again and again throughout your career. And to go back there as a coach and also choreographing the choreographic project was, of course, a dream. And it's such a great thing to be on the other side and being able to at least give a little bit back to the kids and to the young talented artists so they can get through this experience and become professional dancers.
Yes, and now we're going to actually have a chance to see exactly that. So we've got our first video clip is actually of you coaching. So let's have a look.
Okay.
Only, you know? So you're getting deeper as you're going through, you know? Eso es. This is not, but you don't get out. You go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're getting down and down and down and down to the... Think about leaving it behind. And then arriving here, you know? That's nice. And you go deeper on the plie and go more arabesque. So you have this nice dragging behind. No, just touch your leg. I would like you to be here. Then look at your right foot. Look at your right foot. Your right foot. This, and then take. A ver, take. No, take. Yes, this is nice. So you go 1, 2, and going back. Okay, 1, 2, and going back. Very nice. And then you go super slide. Super slide. Take. Not bad at all. It's very expressionistic. Just go slide. Slide and pick it up. Going down like that. No heads. You can bend your arms so you can go whoop and going down. And it's bam. Behind your ear. A ver, this is not bad. And we go in.
Wow, fantastic work. And how was this experience with the young dancers in such a short time? Because it's very short. In 1 week, you have to try to change something of them. How you experience that?
Well, it's trying to be concise and be efficient, and especially you need to build. You cannot, because they're coming from their different schools, the different coaching, and they have a very short time on the stage and in the studio with you. So you want to give them confidence and you want to give them a bit of the style. So you want to build in this short time something that is going to help them to present the choreography, but you also have to put your ego, your own ego behind, because they're not going to ever achieve what you want. So you want to be there for them to bring them to the best place they can have in this short time, you know?
Of course. And the last project that you did here was the choreographic project. That was such a big project. We have some image from you working on that.
I mean, the concept of the project is an idea from Shelley Power. You know, she came to me 1 year ago and she said that she wanted to do this new thing, who was a choreographic project beside the Prix de Lausanne competition.
And I thought how nice it would be to celebrate all of the partner schools across the world with bringing them all to Lausanne to experience the Prix de Lausanne, not through the competition, but through the partner schools' eyes by this collaboration.
When I was asked to participate in the project, I was stunned. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't think it would hit me until I actually got on the plane. I just was so excited to come.
So we brought all of these students here to Lausanne for the week. We hired the most amazing choreographer, Goyo Montero, and his goal is to get a piece done in 5 or 6 days, up on the stage, costumed, and they will perform it in the interlude, the finals of the competition.
My dream was to make a choreography where all the people stays on the stage the whole time. This piece is about these 50 people, and you're gonna see them on the stage from the beginning until the end. And thanks to them and their talent and their focus, we were able to achieve it in 4 days.
It's hard for us all to get the same style all together at the one time. So all 50 people trying to do the exact same thing at the exact same time.
I think we all dance a certain way, and we all have a certain style from where we come from, and changing our style to match the choreography, that's definitely a challenge.
The reason we wanted to do this is because the Prix de Lausanne is about education, and it's about expanding to really meet the market of such a global world now of dance.
I've definitely benefited from this whole experience. I think just having Goyo Montero, the choreographer, himself teaching us, as well as all the other mentors we've had, I'll definitely take that into my future career.
It really is a unique experience because you're learning something so quickly, you're learning a language someone else is teaching you all through movement. It's really a life experience because that's what will happen to them as professionals.
It's definitely a cultural and a very surreal experience. I think we all grew from this a lot.
The idea here is not the performance, it's the process. And the process, I think, for them is to have the feeling of what is to experience a professional choreography. I don't feel like they are students, I feel they are mature young dancers, you know, so I'm really happy.
And I remember very well this beautiful ballet. Tell us how you create a piece like a ballet like this with 50 dancers that you've never seen before.
Well, it was I think it was a combination of many different things, but I was prepared to work with 50 people that come all from different backgrounds. So I had something prepared, but it's thanks to them and thanks to their focus and their will of doing something for the first time. I think for most of them, it was one of the first times they came to the stage, and especially this energy of 50 young artists together. It was something very unique. So I must say it was one of the most beautiful experiences of my career. The intensity and the amount of commitment and love for their profession that I got back, it was incredible. And I mean, the outcome was already there. Just the process was the outcome. So the process was the most important thing. But then when they came out during the interlude in this performance, and just the curtain coming up, I still get goosebumps when I see the video, because some of them I met again after when I choreographed for their companies, and they were already more mature and they were already in another world, you know. But these 10 days that we had together, it was somehow like a little story in itself.
Beautiful.
Yes, no, I remember very well. It was a very emotional moment for the audience, seeing all of the 50 dancers live on stage. It was very special.
It was very strong. I remember that. I have these memories of very, very strong feeling, like
Yeah. And if you were to give, we don't want to take up much more of your time, Goyo, but just if you were to give a tip or a bit of advice to somebody who is considering to enter the Prix in the coming years, what would you suggest?
Well, I think I've seen a lot of competitions, but I think the Prix de Lausanne is something that is much more than a ballet competition. It's something that you're going to bring your whole life with. The persons, the colleagues that you're going to meet you're going to meet always again and again throughout your career. The jury is some persons from the jury are going to be your future directors or your future choreographers or coaches. And it's such an enriched experience in all senses, to get to know people from another nationalities, another ways of dancing. And it doesn't feel like a competition. I tell you from my own experience, you have this nervosity of being on the stage with other people, and you know that you're going to get a prize. But basically, it's just fun throughout the whole week or the whole 10 days that you are there. So I can only say that it was, for me as a young dancer, one of my best experiences. And now that I see the evolution of the Prix throughout the years, it got even more humane and much more about the experience, and that everybody, even if you don't win, you're going to get something out that is going to be important for your whole life. So I can only recommend the Prix if you are a young dancer and you want to be there. So please go and commit to it. And if you get the chance of getting there, you're going to get something that you're going to remember your whole life.
Great. So then, Goyo, I would like to thank you very much for your time and your wise words for the candidates. And we hope very much, we're looking forward to seeing the candidates this year dance your repertoire. And we hope very much to have you back in person for a future edition.
Thank you, guys. I wish I could be there. All the best for you, for the jury, for the team, for the young dancers. I will be watching.
Great.
Muchas
okay.
gracias.
Great. Well,
gracias a ti. Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao a vosotros.
Good. And now we will continue. So with the next candidate coming up is number 208, Yufei Wang from China. She is 17 years, 3 months old and a student at the Shanghai Dance School.
watching Yusuf Wang from China, a very beautiful young dancer, very long lines, long arms, the movements are really coordinated and long, beautiful.
Yes, no, she has an ideal physique. She's 1.73 meters tall. No, and I'm curious to discover her more. She will be dancing Aurora's variation from Act 3 and Beau from Goyo, who we just interviewed.
Yes, I think it would be very interesting.
And also for our public watching, you are able to vote for the audience favorites. So I hope you're writing down names and numbers, and we've seen a lot of strong candidates and a lot of very different personalities, different trainings, and you will be able to vote for your favorite. It's interesting to observe all of the classes. Of course, these are shortened excerpts of classes, but I mean, there's many different approaches. When you leave the bar and come to the center, do you start with an adagio or a tendu or something that gets people moving into the space? There's so many different approaches.
Yes, and Jason, tell us, how are you as a teacher? Are you very demanding, very exigent?
Oh, don't ask me, ask somebody who's done my class. So Cinthia, you can talk.
Oh, I love your classes where they were dynamic, dancing, light, beautiful classes.
Thank you. I try my best, but I get inspired by the people
there.
And
a lot of fun, we have to say.
No, but it's really interesting. I'm finding here to discover how they've chosen to present themselves, and you really get a feel for very different structures in the classes as well. And we've been having a chance here to enjoy the work here. And now we're having a little look into our jury who's also discovering the candidates.
Yes, and they look very concentrated.
Yes, so we can see here, we have Armando Braswell, there's Samuel Versten.
The president of the jury, Richard Warlock.
Yes, Claire-Marie Oster, Nicolas Leriche.
Kin Sung Chang.
Yep.
And I think they are marking, so they are very concentrated.
Yes,
it's
and
not
we have
easy.
Yes, and we have also Mirna Kamara and Isan Rustin as well, who we did not see on camera. But now we're going to have a chance to have a little replay of an exercise here. And she had a nice, it's a challenge when you have such a beautiful body, which you think of as a gift. But when you have such long limbs and mobile feet, it's very hard to gather the strength, control, and coordination and move quickly. But as we can see, she did very well.
Yes, and she's very coordinated. The legs and the arms, we see, even if they are very long, they really work together.
Yeah.
And now we have our next candidate, 209, Ava Giles from United States, independent. And we are watching Ava Giles from United States, a very flexible young dancer. She has a flexibility, incredible flexibility. And we saw here the different techniques, the different school, because she was doing little jumps at the bar. And we don't see so often this work, these little jumps at the bar.
Oh, and that also we don't see so often a pirouette where you finish and you stay in retiré and then you push off again. So, no, it's interesting to discover different elements that maybe we as teachers don't use so often. I find she has a very nice attack. You really feel that she's going for things, she has a desire and a dynamic.
Absolutely, she doesn't look afraid to go and to put a full of energy on her combinations, on her steps.
And it's very dancey.
And we just saw Ava Giles from United States, a young dancer, very dynamic dancer, full of energy. And she was she's very tall, and she was very dynamic, because it's not always easy to be dynamic when we are tall. In general, we are a bit more slow, but she is full of power, dynamic.
Yeah.
And now we are seeing her adagio.
Yeah, no, and it's nice. I feel you see somebody here who really has a personality that comes through in their dancing. You feel that she's thought about it, she's very present. And yes, nice dynamic, nice easy acts, nice turns, extensions.
Incredible extensions and flexibility.
No, and she also has a very stable, secure penché arabesque here in the adagio. No, you really feel, I'm curious to see also, especially in Traces from Kathy Marsden, and then she's chosen also the Queen of the Dryads from Act 2 of Don Q. So I'm very curious to discover her more, also in her two variations.
On Friday?
Yeah. No, the adagio here is very, very moving. Yes, good. And next up, we have candidate number 210, Soo Jung Yoon from South Korea. She is 17 years and 3 months and a student at the Seoul Arts High School. Soo Jun from South Korea. And we see another young lady here who has very high extensions, very strong, very controlled. And she has a very nice natural coordination between her focus, her eyes, how she sort of breathes through her back and her upper body.
Yes, and we can see her movements, they are very fluid and connected in a very nice way, with a lot of breathe and never end.
Yeah, very nice natural flow. No, and that was interesting how she did the grand battement with the inside leg and she had the outside arm on the bar, on the diagonale. I thought that was quite original.
It's very original and it's a good idea for us as teachers.
Yes, but everybody will know where you got it from if you give that now.
Of course.
But now I'm enjoying her presence.
Her presence, and we see she's really enjoying her dance, what she's doing. It's really no effort, effortless. And we are watching Soo Jun from South Korea. And I find interesting the combinations of little allegros, petit allegro. She was doing brisé en avant, brisé en arrière. It's not easy to manage. And her landing is really soft because she used the demi-point heel to arrive to the floor and to come out from the floor. And that made her look light.
Yeah, no, and that's where you really see that her natural coordination works in her favor. She's able to coordinate all of those faster, small allegros.
Also, she coordinates very good her head with the little step change in the directions. The head goes very fast from one point to the other one, and it's very nice to see. And we just saw Sunjang Young, a young lady from South Korea. A very nice, natural coordinated young dancer.
Yeah. And I think we're also going to have a chance here to see in a replay some of her pirouettes. And she's yet again another one with a nice, easy, natural turn. And I think also especially it was nice to see in her Grand Allegro, she really lifted her front leg as she took off.
Yes, and she did a nice diagonal with the piqué and dédan finition in the end.
Yeah.
It was really precise.
Yeah. So we're here today. We have an interview with Didi Veldman, who's joining us on the internet. Hey, Didi.
Hi, Jason.
Hello, Didi.
Hello.
It's a real pleasure to have you with us today in this special edition online. And let's talk a bit about your connection with the Prix de Lausanne.
Yeah, so Didi, I believe your first time here at the Prix de Lausanne, you were teaching and coaching. How was that experience for you?
Oh, it was amazing. Tough classes, I have to say. Long classes, very intense. The memory I have was that we did about 3 classes every day, and they were 2 hours long, I believe. So at the end of the day, I was pretty exhausted, but I loved the experience. Had not expected that because, competitions, Prix de Lausanne, I wasn't really sure what to expect as a contemporary teacher, but I really enjoyed connecting to all the students. I thought that was kind of a luxury that I had because I worked with all of them, whereas most of the teachers and the coaches just worked with a select group.
Yes.
But I could see and work with all of them, which was really great.
No, it was cool. And I remember very well because I was watching your classes that year and you included improvisation, which I think was, probably the first time they'd really included that or experienced that, but you did it with such a generous spirit and you made them feel comfortable so they would go out of their box. So it was really a very special moment to see.
Oh, that was fun. That wasn't planned, actually. That was completely... a spur of the moment situation. I felt that they were quite tense. It was quite difficult for them to show themselves in a contemporary class. For some, they had much more experience moving, and others found it more difficult. So I just wanted to give them the opportunity to share another element of their personalities. And it was great because that really came out, which was a lovely experience.
No, it did. It came out very well. And actually, we can now show some little clips of you in action here at the Prix de Lausanne.
In the sensation of a contraction. Okay, so let's say we're facing this way. So we've just done all of that. And you're turning. So in the end, you try and keep your shoulders above your hip. So you're not ending up this way. Yeah, you're ending up that way. Twist it towards that leg. That's it. Lovely. Okay, look at my legs. Can you get that any further across? Yeah, there you go. So that comes from here. Leaving the leg behind, turning into that left hip. There you go. And now, watch it that you don't stick that out. Hold it underneath. That's better. So you're engaging your stomach. Then when you unravel, you're in this position, you're parallel. Back leg is parallel as well. Yeah. So when you swing, you're already there. That's it. Then you can open. Then you can drop. Okay? So you have that clarity in your body. All right. Can we do that with music now? Yeah? Great. 5 and the 6 and the 7 and the 8 down. Hold on to your hips. Front, side, throw. Good. Ah. Easy, easy, easy. Good. Parallel. Yeah.
Fantastic work, very inspiring. And you were here as a contemporary teacher, but as well in 2019 for the choreographic project. How is the process to create a ballet like this in such a short time?
It's really exciting, actually. Very challenging to work with 26 dancers from lots of different nationalities and schools who don't know each other. But what is so lovely is that everybody's there with a purpose. So they already start in the morning with a class very early, and then the whole day I can work with them. And the aim is at the end of the week to have a piece that is finished and that they can perform. So there is a certain sense in their head. They know they have to be super fast, super quick, and there's no time or not that much time to play. So that is, in a way, that's lovely. And it is incredible how much or what kind of results you can get, I find, when everybody is focused like that. Because when I work as a choreographer with different companies or in schools, very often people have different schedules, right? There's lots of different things that people do also in a company where you have several rehearsals. So that focused time normally is maybe an hour, sometimes 2 hours, maximum 3. But not the whole day. So therefore now really being able to work with them so intensely is, for me, a real treat. I really enjoy working that way. And I wish I could always work that way, but then preferably for a few more weeks.
Okay, and I propose that we show some clips from you working with them.
Nice.
My name is Didi Veldman. When I was asked to do the choreographic project, I was very excited, but also very worried. I have 26 students that I don't know, that are new, and to create a work in just a week.
I think one of the most challenging things when working with a choreographer is trying to portray what they want in your movement, trying to be really specific in your movement so you get exactly what they ask, which is kind of hard sometimes.
The choreographic project was an experiment in 2018. It was the first time that we had this project in parallel with the Prix de Lausanne competition. And it was such a big success that the Prix de Lausanne board of directors asked me to do it again.
The title is to be. So the whole work, the whole week is a journey. And I don't really know what the outcome will be yet. And therefore I thought, let's leave it, give it some hope, maybe.
It is difficult to learn a new piece in 9 days because as a dancer you need to have the skill to be able to pick something up in such a short amount of time.
What I found interesting is I wanted to work with all of them and have all of them participate as much as possible.
Skills that I'm learning through this creative process is working with other people, and so taking what you like from one person and manipulating it to become something more personal.
Of course, I'd love them to have a really good time, to learn, to be like sponges, and they are. It will be a memory that will stay, that they get something out of it. I will, for sure.
No, great work, Didi. And you know, and if you were to give a little bit of advice to a young dancer who is considering to enter the Prix, what might you recommend for them?
What might I recommend for them? You mean how to present themselves, how to work, how to be during the week at the Prix?
Sure, or like a general advice for a young dancer, like what would you look for in a dancer who would inspire you?
Well, what I look for is somebody that is open and curious, that wants to learn, that is excited about the environment that they're in, and to learn as much as possible during that week that they're being taught by all these fantastic and passionate teachers and coaches. Because that's, for me, what the Prix de Lausanne is all about. It's about the sharing, the being together from all these different nationalities and celebrating dance.
Exactly. No, great words of advice. And then on that note, Cinthia and I would like to thank you very much for your time in your busy schedule, and we hope to have you back live and in person here at the Prix in the very near future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And now our next candidate, 211, Santana João Felipe from Brazil, Basileu França School.
And we're watching here number 211, João Felipe Santana from Brazil. And it's nice, he's got crazy long arms and he's very tall. He's 1.85 meters.
Oh, yes.
So it's nice to see a tall, strong young man, and we've seen lots of talent from Brazil.
Yes, more and more we see really nice schools develop in Brazil with different styles. But yes, I think the level is going up and up in Brazil, in South America in general.
Now, every year we've seen at the Prix strong group from Brazil. I remember watching Mayara Magri, who's now doing very well at the Royal Ballet.
Yes.
She just burst on the stage and it was an instant, here she is, just a public favorite. I find a lot of the Brazilians, they bring a very good energy.
Yes, and they are very committed and they want it, you know, they are really...
Yeah, and here we see also he's very focused, very hardworking. And we're watching the last few exercises here of João Felipe Santana, a young man from Brazil who has a huge natural jump. Great ballon.
Yes, very nice, very, very clear, very nice. The balloon is really high, and the landing are very precise.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he looks like a very strong young man. He's 1.85 meters tall, and he's got great long arms. I'm sure he's probably a very good partner too.
Yes, of course. And he looks very, very calm when he dances.
Yeah, something very serene.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he takes the space very well. Nice natural jump and nice easy turns as well.
Nice brisée devant, brisée derrière.
No, nice soft landings. No, cool. Very good.
And our next candidate, 212, Sangen P. from South Korea. Korea Youth Ballet starts.
a student of the Korea Youth Ballet Stars School from South Korea, Talan Pei. And you feel he's enjoying his bar. You feel that he's very much involved and engaged.
Yes, he looks also very calm, and he looks that he's really having a good time doing the bar. And we know that the bar is not always easy, so he doesn't show any effort.
No, nice easy presence. Another candidate with a very good natural turn.
Again.
And then maybe as a question for you, Cinthia, if you have students who have difficulty turning, what would you give as tips for a student who's maybe struggling?
I think one important thing is to hold really the back, to try to have a strong position in the center, and to keep the level of the passé in the same place all the time during the whole turn.
No, very good advice. But of course, this candidate doesn't need it, as like many. There are lots of natural turners.
This year is incredible. We have a lot of natural turns.
Yeah, but sometimes I find, especially when people get nervous, you jump better, but often the turns are the first thing that go. But no, lots of natural turners this year.
Yes, absolutely. And we just saw Sangen Pei from South Korea. And this year we have 16 candidates from South Korea. And we have to say, the last combination was really nice because he did his last period and finished in a really precise way. And we have a chance to see it again now.
Yes. And this is a young man who has a natural turn and a nice ballon, a nice jump. He almost hit the ceiling at one point on his entrelacé. But he really did all of the elements very well, and you feel his joy, that he's very engaged and likes to dance.
Yes, And again, here, doing difficult things, we can't see any effort.
Yeah, no, well done. And next up is also a candidate from South Korea. We have Ina Lim, number 213. She's 17 years old and 5 months, and a student at the Seoul Arts High School.
We are watching Ina Lim from South Korea. And we just saw during the dégagés that she did the beginning of class with a lot of change of weight, dégagé changing leg, to prepare her body, her axe for these difficult things that she's doing now.
Yes, no, a lot of the Korean dancers, they have very strong technique, they're very well placed, and they can do a lot of the very difficult elements. But I find they have a lot of them have a very nice flow.
Yes, exactly.
in their like a natural flow and ease.
Absolutely.
watching here her adagio, where she's had a very nice pirouette à la seconde. Cinthia, how was adagio for you?
Oh, okay. Adagio wasn't my favorite step, my favorite combination, but it was okay. In the beginning, when I was young, I didn't like at all. And after some years, when I get professional, I start to like it more and more.
Okay. I think it's interesting to see how the training is evolving over time. I think now a lot of schools are actually training on point on a daily basis, or point classes are separate.
Yes.
So it's very different exercises when you're doing a long adagio off point, or maybe a different type. How do you approach in your teaching, Cinthia, point work?
For the young ones, around 14, 15, we do a normal class, regular class on the mi-point, and then we have point class, a specific point class. Now from 16, 17, we do a whole class, normal class, on point.
Yes. No, it's a question that is evolving over time.
Yes.
So.
Yes, because they have to be able to dance everything, jumps,
yes.
adagios, everything with the ponchos on. So I think from 17, 18 is important to put the point on the bar and start in a normal class with the points on.
Yes, and here we can see the candidate 213 has just put her shoes on.
Yes.
And now we can see some of her exercises on point as well.
we just saw Ina Lim from South Korea, and a young dancer with a very strong technique. We saw just in the end the last combination with the double fouettes and her last diagonal double, 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 a lot of periods, and she never lose the focus.
No, she's very technically accomplished, as I think a lot of the Korean dancers are very technically strong and at a very young age, but they still maintain a flow and an ease. It's not a muscle-based,
yes,
where you feel or see the effort. They keep a very natural coordination.
Yes, a nice movement on the head. We can see here in the adagio that she's really using her neck for the port de bras.
Yeah.
And this is very nice, very interesting, because it gives her a movement, very fluid movement.
Exactly. No, and I'll be curious because this is day 3, so we've now actually seen more than half, almost, 3/4 of the candidates. But
yes.
For the jury, they're getting a very intensive look at each candidate as an individual.
And we have a very nice level this year, I have to say.
Very nice level, lots of personalities and unique candidates, which I think choreographers are very much looking for. And I hope also the viewers at home, as we mentioned earlier, there is a viewer's prize. So I hope you're also noting your favorites and who will get your votes, and they will receive a prize as well.
And I'm looking forward to see these young dancers doing the classical variation as well as contemporary variation on Friday.
Exactly, to discover them even further. I would like to thank, apparently this year there's a lot of viewers. I know a lot of people are really struggling with lockdown and not being able to train, so it's great to have you here following and supporting. So, and also to our jury members, everybody here watching. So that was actually our final candidate for this morning session here. So we will now be passing the word back to Kathy. Kathy, over to you.
And our next wonderful partner video is the Vaganova Ballet Academy in St. Petersburg. I wish to thank all of our partners and companies for your collaboration that is so vital for the future of our young, talented dancers. All of your help and collaboration is a big part of what makes the Prix such an amazing competition. Our live streaming will continue at 2:00 p.m. Swiss time. See you later. À tout à l'heure. Welcome back to the 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition in 2021. I am with our jury members in the beautiful Hotel Palace in Lausanne, and we will continue evaluating the senior girls and boys. The order that you will be seeing these variations is by age, from the youngest to the oldest. And next up is our world map presenting the next 10 candidates.
I'm Giulio Diligente, from Italy. I'm a student from Conservatorio Internacional de Ballet e Dança na Sanchez.
Hello, my name is António Casalinho and I'm a student from Conservatorio Internacional de Ballet e Dança na Sanchez. I'm really happy to be selected for Prix de Lausanne 2021. See you there!
My name is Olivia Doherty. I'm honored to be selected as a 2021 Prix de Lausanne candidate.
Hi, my name is Satsuki Ueda. I'm 17 years old and I'm from Japan.
And welcome back. And we will start with the candidate number 214, Yeon So-lee from South Korea, a student at the Seoul Arts High School. For those viewers joining us, we are watching here candidate 214, Yonso Lee from South Korea. And this year, as is a special video edition, we are watching all of the candidates one by one with the videos that they sent in October for the pre-selection, which we will end tomorrow.
Yes, it's a part of a classical ballet class, and then on Friday we'll see a classical variation as well as a contemporary solo.
Exactly. So it's a different way to discover all of the candidates, but hats off to all of the candidates and teachers, especially in such a challenging year, to see the level and the work and the determination and the passion. And we can see all of those qualities here in this candidate. Nice presence and doing a very well-structured bar. As we're seeing here, all of the candidates are on a high level. They all have high extensions, they can turn, they can jump. Cinthia, if you were on the jury this year, what qualities do you look for and how do you define potential?
Oh, well, I think one point is the technique that, of course, all of them, they are very, very strong in the technical part. But then it's this quality that we talked a bit about ability to breathe, to make the movement really fluid, and the artistic part. Of course, the artistic part is very difficult, and some of them they start to show it already in the class, and this is very nice, very interesting. What is nice to see is that when they are really comfortable with the technique, they can play with the music, they can play with their balance, they can really enjoy the steps, and they are not stressed about don't finish a period or don't do right something, because they are really comfortable with the technique. And she is really comfortable with this, so we can see her playing with the music, playing in the demi-pliés, playing with the dynamics.
And we've just been watching Yoon So-lee from South Korea. I think she took the space very well. She had a nice feeling, a nice presence. She was dancing and she really used all of the space available.
Yes, and in the last diagonal, we talked about yesterday also about the different schools in the fouettes.
Yeah.
Some teachers teach the fouettes going directly to the side, some with a rond de jambe front side. And it's interesting to see different schools.
Yes.
Here we are watching her point work again. She has a very nice axe.
Yes, and she's very aware of her balance. She's well placed.
She play with her axe. We see that she really feel where she is in every releve.
It's incredible this year. It seems all the candidates can turn with just an ease.
All of them.
Now, this is where I think when everybody is on such a high level, what will really set a candidate apart is when they have a real unique phrasing or unique interpretation.
Absolutely.
No. Nice work. And who's up next?
Our next candidate is 215, María Sol Gianassi from Argentina, Instituto Superior de Arte del Teatro Colón. Y para nuestro público de habla española, estamos aquí en el 49 Prix de Lausanne, en esta muy especial edición video de este año. Y estamos viendo a María Sol Gianassi, de Argentina, de 17 años, alumna del Instituto Superior de Arte del Teatro Colón. Este año los jurados están marcando en las clases que los niños han enviado registradas del lunes al jueves, y el viernes tendremos la suerte de ver a los alumnos en una variación clásica y en una variación moderna que han elegido.
watching here Maria Sol Gianassi from Argentina. And once again, we're seeing a young woman who has a nice dynamic and also very high extensions, clear balance. The technical level is very high.
Yes, yes, and a nice body, long legs. The steps are nice connecting, nice balance. And it's nice to see also all these kids working in different studios, no? With different floors, with different bars.
And we've been enjoying the work here of Maria Sol Gianassi from Argentina. And once again, we've seen a young lady with an easy natural turn, high extensions. And I'm very curious to see her also doing Le Sacre du Printemps from Richard Wehrlock.
Oh, yes, very strong variation.
Yeah.
You need a big personality, a strong personality for this Sacre du Printemps.
Yeah. No, and somehow I feel, you know, even just from a video, I have the feeling she's got power and passion inside her.
I think, yes, we can feel that. We can feel that she has a strong personality. And she was doing, now she's doing her adagio again in the bar, and it's very nice how she plays her legs. She has high extension, but she plays her legs up in a very nice way.
No, and she will also be dancing the Queen of the Dryads from Act 2 of Don Q. And especially in the Richard Wehrlock, if she's going to follow in your footsteps, Cinthia, as a dancer from Argentina with power and passion. Oh, very well presented.
Very well presented. Well done.
And who's up next?
Our next candidate is 216, Giulio Diligente, from Italy, Conservatorio Internacional de Danza Anarela Sanchez. watching Giulio Diligente from Italy, a nice boy. And we saw the beginning of the class, the little dégagés, again changing legs, and with the relevés also to really prepare her legs for the center. And even here in the adagio, she's changing legs. He's using the demi-point, and I like his presence.
Yes, he has a very elegant, very noble
very
presence.
elegant. Yeah.
watching Giulio Diligente, who's showing us a beautiful amount of control, balance, and I like that he's so unaffected. It just seems very clean, pure, and elegant.
We have really the feeling that he controls his body. The dancer controls the steps and not the opposite.
Exactly.
And this is very nice to see, to watch.
Yeah, and he has very nice proportions. He has very long arms.
we just saw Giulio Diligente from Italy, a young, beautiful young dancer with a natural elegance. She managed to jump, to turn, to do double cabrioles, very difficult things, showing without showing any effort, and really in a very elegant way.
Yes, no, very, very well-proportioned young man, very much with a prince demeanor, looks very elegant, very, you know,
and very confident.
Yep, confident, but there was no hint of arrogance or showing off.
Absolutely.
Just very understated, elegant. No, very nice work.
Very nice work.
And we're seeing again here's Adagio, where it's some beautiful moments of suspension and balance.
And of a really nice control in the end of the periods, and the end of the steps, that really it's a moment, a real moment of suspension, but not fixed, you know? Not
Yeah, no, very nice.
Very nice.
And we're seeing once again your beautiful balance in arabesque. Nice. Controlling the rolling down.
Développé seconde en demi-point.
And he is 17 years and 6 months old, and he'll be dancing the solo for Diego from Richard Wehrlock.
Beautiful, beautiful solo.
Yeah, and Basil from Don Q. No, very elegant. Very nice work. And then next up is number 217, Kathryn Wakamatsu from Japan, and she's a student at the Royal Ballet School of Antwerp in Belgium.
are watching Wakamatsu Karin from Japan, and a very nice, we can see a very nice port de bras, very nice movement of arms connected with the head and connected with her steps. Very clean and very long. She has long arms and she uses it very well.
Yes, no, very nice work here at the bar from Kathryn. Cinthia, what was your favorite exercise at the bar?
At the bar?
Oh, I bet you couldn't wait to get off the bar.
I always like the exercise, the fast ones.
Okay.
So I liked it, the piqués, the jetés, the dégagés fast. Yeah, the fast ones. Dynamic, little steps. I didn't like so much the grand pliés and the adagios, the bar. And I prefer the center as the bar.
Okay. And well, here we are. We can discover now
Yes.
Kathryn in the center.
From Japan, Wakamatsu Karin, and she was just doing little combination jumps, little allegros, and she is really natural coordinated. She has very nice movement with her legs, coordinate with the arms and the neck, and very focused. And now we see her point work. She's again a natural turner. we just saw Karin Wakamatsu from Japan, a very nice young dancer with a lot of natural qualities as the coordination, a very nice presence, a very nice coordination, very delicate. And now we are watching her point work, that we can see how she really takes care about going down on point without any noise, and it's very nice to see it. Very nice dancer. Well done. And now let's go to Jason.
Thank you very much, Cinthia. And I'm here with Sarwani Tanatanet, a member of this year's jury. Welcome back.
Thank you. Very honored to be here.
And how is it going so far with this video edition?
It's been great. I feel like every candidate has their place to show their best, and everybody get to be featured. So that's very wonderful.
Okay. And you were also a candidate yourself, and you won here at the Prix de Lausanne. When you think back to that, how does it make you feel? How was it for you?
During that time?
Yes.
Well, I feel like I've been given such a huge opportunity to win that prize because at that time I didn't know if I would choose to be a dancer or if I would go into a university. So that kind of sparked my career as a dancer. So I feel very grateful for it. Yeah.
Ah, okay, wow. So you really had then options that you were considering.
Yes.
But I'm very happy that you chose to dance.
Yes.
Yes. And now we're going to we have a video clip here from you dancing in the Prix de Lausanne. Let's have a look.
Shut, go.
Wow, Sarwani had a great power, huge jump. We can feel your passion.
Thank you. I don't think I haven't seen that since I competed.
Oh, well, it's a little surprise then
It's
a little surprise then for today. And the dance world is so small. Chat Go was my teacher as well when I was a young boy for many years. So to see his work today is also very special. And now, since the Prix de Lausanne, you've gone on to have a very diverse career. You've worked with many choreographers and...
I did. So after I won the Prix, I joined the American Ballet Theatre Studio Company. After I danced with the American Ballet Theatre Company for 7 years, then I decided I wanted to move the continent and learn something new. So I started to audition in the company in Europe. So I danced in the company in Europe for about 8 years. And after I became a freelance and do different type of projects.
Wow. And I think that leads us very well into our next clip, which is you dancing in Tristan and Isolde from Joël Bouvier. Let's have a look. also very powerful. Was this a role that was created on you, or?
Well, I was chosen by Joelle specifically to be created for Isolde. And the process was just wonderful because I get to create with her. Very beautiful person to work with.
Nice. And then how did you, in your career, had a chance to dance many existing roles, creative roles? Was there a highlight or an encounter that really changed your artistic sense?
I think it's, the two main one is Giselle by Pontus Liburd. Also, Tristan and Isolde was very touching for me to be performed. Mostly, I love interpretations, performance. So I like to carry out a role and characters throughout the whole performance. And mostly, the work that is more like a transform work from the classical ballet repertoire. Yeah.
Okay. And as a performer, were you nervous to perform, or did you thrive on being on stage? How was it for you?
Somehow, I get the most calm when I'm on stage and most focused.
Nice.
For some reason. I feel very free on stage.
But you feel at home. I mean, you belong there. So, yes, no, very beautiful. And we have a third work to show, a video clip. And this is a clip dancing a pas de deux from Benjamin Millepied. Let's have a look. Great presence and intensity in all of your performances. And you're continuing to dance now, and you're commuting between Switzerland and Thailand.
Yes.
You founded a whole host Bangkok Art Center. Could you tell us a little bit about your project?
Yes, so since I won the Prix and I did my career path in the States and to Europe, over 10 years ago, I knew at the back of my head that I had to go home and do something at home and contribute something to my home country. So 4 years ago, I decided to work with an architect to design and build a beautiful studio space with a high quality sprung floor, which can also convert into a theater.
Wow.
Yes, so the place is to develop talents and creativities, hosting from dance classes, workshops, performances, locally and internationally. And also I'm trying to focus on building the audience and educating the audience as well.
Wow, it's a very ambitious project. I wish you all the best of luck. It's very necessary, and for all of our viewers out there, you know, dance can open so many doors, and it's great to be an example of someone who is actively transitioning. Yes. And if you were to give a little bit of advice to a young dancer today?
Well, I think it's important to just keep being inspired and really follow your dream and set a clear goal so then you make that happen. I think it's also important to stay open to different kind of dance form. And now that we are so easy to be reached with the internet, to be watching the performances from the company all over the world. So I think it's good to be curious and be exposed to different kind of work, choreography, so then they also have an idea of where they want to go.
Exactly, very important. No, very good advice. Well, I will let you join the other jury members, and then we will pass the word back to Cinthia, and we will discover our next candidate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And our next candidate from the senior category is the 218, Antonio Casalinho from Portugal, Conservatorio Internacional de Danza Anarela Sánchez. And we are watching Antonio Casalinho from Portugal, a beautiful young dancer with a nice, very, very nice presence and nice lines, clean work on the feet and on the legs.
Yes, no, very exceptionally talented young man, and just a beautiful sense of concentration, focus, elegance. Pleasure to watch.
Yeah.
from Portugal. And as you can see, he's just incredibly talented, but also what I really appreciate, everything he's doing is so musical, and the details on all the in-between steps. It's not just the number of pirouettes, but he really has a beautiful quality in everything he does.
Yes, and as we said before, he controls his body. He has a very strong technique, so we can see he's playing with the steps. He's playing with the music.
You feel the artistry.
The artistry there, inside of the music, inside of the steps. Beautiful.
And as we just saw, he did a whole series of pirouettes and coups de pied, which is something that might not be done so often in classwork, but it's very valuable.
Yes, and what I really like, it's in the end of her pirouette, this little moment of suspension, of holding the position right before going down is beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's just beautiful work to watch. And it's just a pleasure to watch a young dancer like that. Antonio Casalino, just so artistic and elegant and makes it look so easy.
So effortless. And we see when he jumps, he has a huge, strong jump. And when he jumps, he's flying. He's so elegant, even on the air.
Yeah, no, and I really appreciate how he pays attention to all of the details. Really how he takes the floor, how he places his feet on the floor, the musicality, the connection with his focus.
The little steps in between, they are so clear and...
Yeah. Now it lands his jumps like a cat.
Like a cat, yes. Absolutely.
And he will be dancing Grinding the Teeth from Goyo Montero, and a classical variation that is new to the Prix this year, the boys' soloist variation from Diana and Action. Now I think this is what the Prix de Lausanne is all about, is discovering talent and potential, and this is a young man where I think we'll all be very curious to follow his career. And next up, also from the Conservatorio Internacional de Ballet y Danza Anarela Sanchez, we have number 219 from Portugal, Francisco Gomez. And we are discovering here Francisco Gomez from Portugal, also a student of Anarela Sanchez.
Yes, same academy.
Yes, no. And it's just great to see also very elegant young man, well, presenting himself very well.
Using a lot of different port de bras and the dan and the or with the already with the little jetés. So this is nice to see. Using her head and the arms very well.
Yes, their work is, they're very strong, very well placed, very stable, but nothing seems forced or hard. It seems very organic.
watching Francisco Gomes from Portugal, very nice dancer, with a great control, stability and control on the body. Very confident also, with a nice presence.
No, and it's very, as the interesting thing about this year's video edition is discovering different teaching methods and different schools. And here we can see very clearly from Ana Sanchez in her Conservatorio Internacional de Ballet that all of these three men are in the same class, the same age, but all three of them have a very nice, elegant manner and attention to details. They're doing very, very hard work, but I feel there's something very elegant present in all three.
We're watching Francisco Gomes from Portugal, and we can see a nice dynamic in all these little allegros, little jumps. We see a lot of change of directions, and he's doing very well. He's landing in a really nice way and taking the balloon, the energy to bring his body up. Very nice.
No, very nice dancer, nice energy, nice dynamic. And I hope all of the viewers are enjoying this as much as we are.
We are enjoying.
Just discovering all of this talent. I mean, it's been such a hard year, but to actually now be able to see all of this talent and there's hope for the future.
And how they prepare for the Prix de Lausanne, even with this very complicated year.
Yeah, no, beautiful work. It's great to discover. We hope you are all enjoying this too from home, all of the viewers.
We just saw Francisco Gomes from Portugal, a very talented young dancer from the Ana Sanchez Conservatory, and a young dancer with a big potential. He shows a very nice jumps, little combinations, a presence, very nice presence.
No, I think he's a very talented young man, and he really has like a nice, well-rounded, he can jump, he can turn, and you feel a sense of artistry. I like that he's very, there's no affectations, or it's just very pure, simple.
And And he will be dancing Labaronne, the solo variation, and a solo for Diego from Richard Wildlock.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to discovering him in his variations as well. Very nice landings, really deep in his plie, very solid, and he's flexible too.
Yes, and we see that he's using this demi-plie really to land and to control his jumps.
Exactly. No, pleasure to discover. And up next, we have candidate number 220, Olivia Dougherty, from the International Ballet School in the United States, and she is 17 years and 8 months old.
watching Olivia Dougherty from United States. And yes, a young girl with very nice lines, very beautiful extension.
Yeah, she has a very ease in her movement. She seems very naturally coordinated, naturally turned out. No, she gives off a nice aura, a nice presence. As we just saw here, we're watching the Adagio of Olivia Doherty. I really liked in her développé how she sort of very drew the leg up and then really presented her calf and her lower leg. It wasn't just sort of putting her leg up high because she can. She really drew and sculpted the space.
All the way up is really in a carefully way.
Yeah, she has a very nice natural coordination.
Yeah.
And the energy flow through her body goes right to the tips of her toes and the ends of her...
And she's very stable on her standing leg when she's doing this développé. Her standing leg doesn't move at all. She's really, we feel her very confident, very strong on her standing leg.
As we've just seen here in the small jumps, there's a very nice rhythm. It's like her teacher sort of built into the combination, the timing and the use of the plie. It's very helpful, and I like that she has a really free upper body.
Absolutely, and I find interesting when the jumps are a bit more fast and dynamic, that we don't stop the demi-plie and we use the demi-plie landing to already come up.
Exactly.
That make the jumps light.
Yeah, even if the tempo is faster or slower, you can still keep that resistance in the plie and pushing the floor away rather than just sitting in your plie. And we've been watching the work of Olivia Dougherty from the International Ballet School in the US. And I really liked her attack in her échappées. She really shot her legs out and then held and suspended. There was some very interesting timings.
Very energetic young dancer. And yes, she was very energetic, but at the same time controlling her steps.
Yeah, and there we are in the clip again. We just saw those échappées, but I think also very interesting combinations here. And she makes them look easy because she's so coordinated.
So coordinated, and she likes to play with the fast, slow, with the different rhythms, not only on the music but also in her body.
I mean, this is very technically difficult what she's doing, and also another one with an easy turn, just sails around. And it's nice because she really gives the same quality for each turn.
Nice turns.
Yeah. Nice work from Olivia Dougherty.
Yes, very nice. And now, Jason, I'm very happy that we have finally the opportunity to talk about you.
I'm sorry for the viewers, you've heard my voice all day.
No, come on. I know you have a strong connection with the Prix de Lausanne since many years. Can you tell us where that starts? How? When?
Sure. Well, the first time I came to the Prix de Lausanne, I was a member of the jury in 2009. And then while I was on the jury, they asked me to become a permanent member of the artistic committee, which at that point ran the Prix de Lausanne. So I was very involved in that for years. And then as it evolved, then Amanda Bennett became the artistic director and Shelley Powers, and I've always been involved supporting the Prix de Lausanne. And then it was about 5 or 6 years ago with the first ever live stream, Lorraine came running up to me and said, Jason, we have nobody to present. Can you talk?
Like that.
And I was like, I'll try. And so they just sort of put a microphone in my hand and said, comment.
So it was full improvisation.
Complete improvisation. And I'm still here today doing it, but I really love, because as hosting the moderation, I have the best seat in the house the whole week. So I really get to discover the candidates and, hopefully help the viewers also discover who they are and bring the feeling and the spirit of the Prix de Lausanne through to a global audience.
Fantastic. And you are also the director of the Palooka University of Arts in Dresden, Germany.
Yep.
And let's discover together a little clip of your school.
Yeah, I'm kind of like going easy on my neck. Yeah, sure.
Wow, nice work. And I let you tell us a bit more about this video and about the school profile.
Sure. Well, the video that we just saw is made by the students. That's last year's graduating class. As their thesis for their bachelor is they create their own work. So they dance a solo and a duo, and they have workshops in dance and media, dance and architecture. So they really have a well-rounded idea about dance. So that was the last year's graduating class. And they, we really look for individuals and people that want to explore ballet, contemporary, and improvisation.
Because you did a lot of improvisation, no, in your career here.
Yes. No, I dance.
And it does have an influence in the school?
Yes, big, because the school was founded by Palooka in 1925, and Palooka's motto was that everybody has their own dance, and you have to just let it come out. So we have no Palooka technique or Palooka repertoire, but we really encourage every student to discover their own voice through dance. And in my career, I danced for 15 years for Frédéric Flamand, and the work is pure. We would sit down, with Zaha Hadid or Tom Main, with architects and composers, and as dancers, we were treated as equal parts. And I'd never felt so uneducated in my life, but they really respected us, and it was this whole artistic collaborative process, and that is very much what Palooka believed in, and that is what we are continuing and what I very much believe in.
Fantastic. And we will discover a bit more about the school. We have another clip.
Funniest moment that you ever experienced at Palooka
was when Peter fell over everybody.
What will you miss about Palooka?
Being able to experiment, being able to do so many different things.
What did you learn at Palooka?
I learned that actually you can pull positive experience out of negative experiences.
What will you miss about Palooka?
It's really a family day, so I think that must be between us and the teacher.
How do you feel about leaving the school after 9 years?
It's a weird feeling, let's say, but I achieved a lot. Technique, social media stuff.
Hi, mein Name ist Niklas Jendritsch. Ich wollte euch ein bisschen was über meine Palooka-Zeit erzählen. Ich bin hier schon seit 9 Jahren und ich habe extremst viel erlebt. Ich war in einer der berühmtesten Wettbewerbe in der Schweiz, dem Prix de Lausanne. Ich habe an einer Sommerschule in Boston in den USA teilgenommen. Ich habe in einer Gala in New York City getanzt, was einer der größten Träume war von mir, einmal nach New York zu gehen. Auf jeden Fall fühle ich mich hier pudelwohl und ich denke und ich wette, ihr werdet es auch.
Wow, nice video. We can see them very committed, but in the same time having fun.
Yeah.
And how are you as a director? Are you very demanding?
As a director, I like to build a team that I'm learning from. I like to surround myself with people that I can learn from and people that have ideas and take initiatives, which at the same time, it can be very scary. I'm not a dictator where I tell people what to do, but then of course, when people give ideas, they're also responsible.
But you feel close to your students?
Oh yeah. Yeah, because they come in when they're 10 years old. It's a 9-year training program, so it really is a family. So.
And what are you looking for in a young dancer?
We look for curiosity, coordination, fantasy, people who have ideas, and people who really don't want to choose between ballet or contemporary, but people who really want to explore dance and break down those barriers that can sometimes exist.
And at the school, it's half classical and half contemporary, on how that work, this balance?
Yeah, our goal is that when a student graduates, that they would be ready to go into a company like recent graduates are in the Semper Opera Ballet, Beechey Ensemble, NDT. They really go to a wide range, but that we would hope that they would have discovered who they are, and if they would like to go to a company and dance a Balanchine ballet or Forsyth or Swan Lake, or to go into the free scene and create their own work, that they would have those tools to help them for the rest of their lives.
And we know that today in every classical company we have to be able to do a very high contemporary, have a very high contemporary level.
Exactly, and it's interesting now, after 15 years, students that graduated when I came, they're now coming back, and because we have a master's to be a dance teacher and choreography. So it's very interesting to see it just now starting to become full circle. So.
And you teach? You still teach in classes, or you're just the director?
Oh, when I actually get studio time, that's the cherry on the cake. That's my favorite moment, being in the studio.
And you find the time for?
It's hard, but I make the time because that's when I really get to exchange with the students and to really share and to learn and grow myself. So.
Of course. And do you have any message for these young dancers out there?
I think for the young dancers, so many dancers were so critical and we doubt ourselves. I think my wish is just to remain curious, open, explore, go for it. I mean, my dream as a little boy was to run my own dance school. And
already?
Yep, as a little boy, that's what I wanted. I wanted to run my own dance school. So just stick to your dreams. Stick to them and make it happen. Go for it.
Of course. And what do you think about this special edition online this year in the Prix de Lausanne?
Well, I think, the Prix de Lausanne is very much about discovering potential. And I think this has been such a challenging year for all of us, and we're still in it, that I really hope that this video edition will provide a chance for the whole world, especially through the live stream, to discover new talents, and through all of the partner companies and schools, that these 78 candidates, they've been inspired to prepare, and I'm sure that they will receive many offers and chances for the future.
Thank you very much, Jason. Is something else that you want to say?
I think I've spoken enough. No, I'll pass the word back.
It's very nice to hear you and to see and to discover your school and to discover you. Now we can pass to the next candidate. 221, Satsuki Ueda from Japan, Elmhurst Ballet School.
discovering here candidate 221, Satsuki Ueda, a student from the Elmhurst Ballet School in the UK, doing very nice work at the bar. Very nicely coordinated, and she did some very nice movements where she echoed the movement between her arms and the legs in the little développés. Very nice, nice harmony.
Yes, and she's doing now adagio at the bar with nice développé and écarté and her nez effacé, and she's using very nice her épaulement to connect her développés.
Yeah, and you really feel that it's like she does the développé with her whole body.
Yes, absolutely.
She has a very nice light jump, a nice easy ballon, and she also had some very nice lines. She cracked out a very nice arabesque in the adagio.
And she used very nice the épaulements, the directions, because we almost never see her really flat, but she's using the diagonals, des épaulements.
No, she's using a lot of épaulements, it's true. It's very nice.
just saw Satsuki Ueda from Japan, a beautiful young dancer with a lot of fluidity on her movement. And I like also how she was playing with the music, because she did a lot of little steps in between. Nice musicality.
Yeah, no, I like very lively. I found some very nice enchaînements, and I like the little développer à la seconde, revenir, raccourcir, en retirer, and balance. And as she did, as several of the other candidates, pirouettes where they've stayed on point and opened their arms to have that really nice feeling of an openness and a suspension. And there's her arabesque again, very nice.
Very nice arabesque, very nice extensions, and nice control.
Yes. And well, she'll need that control because she's chosen the Tableau de Rêve from Act 1 of Raimonda, which is a variation which requires great control and strength to roll down from point. Once again, easy natural turner.
Yes.
And she's a student of Elmhurst Ballet.
This year we have a lot of easy natural turners.
Yes.
We are lucky. And next up, Lorian Ramos Ruiz, 222, from Spain, Conservatorio Profesional de Danza de Valencia. Y estamos viendo el candidato 222, Lorian Ramos Ruiz, de España, del Conservatorio de Valencia, un joven bailarín con mucho talento, preciosas líneas.
Yes, no, we're seeing a very elegant young man, very turned out, beautiful feet, very nice long limbs, and he's also very tall, which is great. He is 1.88 meters tall, which will be to his total advantage.
And with a very nice proportions, because he has long legs, long arms.
Yes. No, and I think some of the other candidates that we had seen today, some of the men, they were between 169 to 175. And so many companies nowadays, you're not even invited to audition if you're less than 1.80 meters. Everybody's just getting taller and taller, but
because the girls
they're
are
getting taller
getting-
too. Yeah, but this is a very well proportioned and very nice, elegant bar work. Very nice work, as we've seen, for a tall young man with such long arms and legs. Very coordinated, how he's using his back and his eyes and his eyes.
Really nice jump, the rebound in this little jump. So we can see that he managed very, very good. The landing and the coming up.
Yeah. No, and he also, in the previous exercises, had some very nice changes of directions. He was very aware of his body in space.
And we can see some steps where the legs are really going fast, quickly to the position.
Yes, he has a good dynamic in his legs and feet. And we've been watching candidate 222, Lorien Ramo Ruiz, a student at the Professional Conservatory in Valencia. Very talented young man.
With a beautiful body, beautiful lines, and beautiful jump.
Yeah, he has all of the elements. He can jump, he can turn, he's turned out. Very nice proportions. And very clean, correct work.
Yes, also on the movement with the arms and the head and his focus. He's using his eyes to focus on the period. We can see that he's really very, very elegant.
Yeah, he gives the impression, of being a very intelligent dancer. Like he's really planned and thought, and very nice.
And next up, 223, Kaique Nogueira de Carvalho from Brazil, Bolshoi Theatre School in Brazil. we are watching Kaique Nogueira de Carvalho from Brazil, 17 years old and 9 months. And again, a talented young dancer with a lot of potential, very nice lines.
And we saw in the bar work, he had a nice dynamic, very turned out.
Clean when he works.
Yeah, and you feel him very engaged in what he's doing. And another one that can turn.
Beautiful pirouettes with a very high passé. We just saw Kaique Nogueira de Carvalho from Brazil, a very passionate young dancer with a lot of capacities. We saw a very nice jump, a very nice pirouettes, and we see again here the nice saut de basque.
Yes, no, you really feel his passion. You feel like he's really going for it, giving it his all.
And powerful.
Very, powerful, very present. nice elevation.
Nice elevation.
Yeah.
You can jump really high.
Yeah, natural turn. No. Very nice work. And this was actually the last candidate that we will be discovering today. But now what we are going to discover is a brand new initiative, a whole new idea. This is the Young Creation Award.
Et pour le public francophone, nous allons découvrir maintenant the New Creation Award. On passe la parole à Cathy.
Prix de Lausanne's partner schools, the English National Ballet School with the prize winner from the 1984 Prix de Lausanne, Viviana Durante, and the American Ballet Theatre Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis School and Studio Company. Stay tuned with us as you will be able to see our new choreographic competition, the Young Creation Award, at 4:30 Swiss time. See you later. So the Young Creation Award that will start in a few minutes is a new choreographic competition in search of young choreographic talent and sponsored by the renowned choreographer Heinz Spurley, and I would like to thank him very much for his support. The Prix de Lausanne's jury will be watching and judging the 5 finalists' original variations right now and will award the 2 best young choreographers during the finals on this Saturday, February 6th. The 2 winning variations will be added to the Prix de Lausanne's contemporary repertoire, from which the future candidates will be able to choose and dance to. I must congratulate all of the young choreographers that have applied, and especially the 5 finalists for their creativeness, inspiration, and originality. Cinthia and Jason will be taking over now. Please enjoy.
Great, thank you very much, Kathy. So, for all of the viewers, there were over 50 entries from students of the partner schools of the Prix de Lausanne, for which the jury decided in December upon the 5 finalists. And interestingly enough, all of the 5 solos can be danced in next year's competition by either a man or a woman.
Alors, plus de 50 candidats ont envoyé leurs vidéos pour être choisis pour cette Young Creation Award. Le jury, en décembre, il a choisi les 5 finalistes. Et aujourd'hui, on va voir ces 5 finalistes. Le jury va choisir les 2 gagnants qui seront annoncés vendredi pendant la finale. Tous les solos peuvent être dansés par un garçon ou par une fille.
Voilà. So I'm very curious, and we will now discover the first choreography, and this is the choreography is entitled The Question Is, and it is choreographed by Joshua Osterman, who is 19 years old. He's from Australia, and he's a student of the Queensland Ballet Academy, and his solo will be danced by his classmate Edison Manuel. Very nice work from Joshua Osterman and a very nice interpretation from Edison Manuel.
Yes, and the second candidate is Pablo Polo, 19 years old, from Spain, School of Hamburg Ballet, John Neumeyer. The solo called Guiado por, dancing by Giuseppe Conte. Great, beautiful solo, very nice dynamic.
Yes, thank you very much, Cinthia. Yes, very nice work. And next up is the sole female choreographer in this first edition, and this is Maya Smallwood. She is 17 years old, she is American, and she's a student at Canada's National Ballet School in Toronto. Her solo is entitled Unravel, and it will be danced by Ewan Hartman. Very nice to discover the dancing of Ewan Hartman in the solo from Maya Smallwood. Cinthia, who's next?
And next solo is from Louis Van Etten, 19 years old, from Australia, Queensland Ballet Academy. This solo is called Self-Control and is dancing by Sophie Kerr. And we just saw a solo called Self-Control. Beautiful solo, beautiful music, great dancer. And the next one, Jason?
Yes, and up next is the final finalist in this first edition, and this is a solo created by a young Australian called Samuel Winkler, and he's a student at the School of the Hamburg Ballet John Neumeyer. His solo is entitled Suppress, and it will be danced by Gabrielle Barbosa. a beautiful work, very sensitive solo from Samuel Winkler, and a beautiful interpretation from Gabriel Barbosa.
Yes, beautiful. And the music also very musical. I love the music.
No, and I think now it's going to be a very, very difficult decision for the jury to decide which of these 5 solos will be the 2 chosen to be a part of the Prix de Lausanne's contemporary repertoire next year. But once again, congratulations to all of the 5 young creators and the 5 dancers. Really beautiful work from everybody.
Beautiful, fantastic work. And now let's go back to Kathy.
Yes, back to Kathy.
So our computer experts will now calculate the jury's votes, and the 2 winners of the Young Creation Award will be announced during our finals award ceremony this Saturday, February 6th, starting at 2 p.m. Swiss time. Be sure to join us. Now I will say goodbye and see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. for day 4 of our live streaming with ARTE Concert, Mediaprofil, and the Prix de Lausanne. Bye.